lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich man's point of view. They said it on the news and now it's real.
Happy Sunday, everyone, and Happy New Year! Welcome to the very first Chill Art Sunday of the year, also my very first live stream of the year as a whole. Yeah, happy Sunday, welcome everyone, thank you so much for joining. If I sound like I am kinda tired or about to fall asleep, that's because I kind of am. Truth is, I woke up just shortly ago. I would rather still be in bed if I'm honest with you. Well, at least if I am to succumb to my body's desires. So let's just put it that way. But anyway, today is Sunday. My stylus pen, the pen that I used to draw, has run out of battery. I mean, the battery is dead. Okay, I gotta put this to charge. But I'm still gonna draw. No problem. I'm still going to use the tablet to draw. I actually have two pens, the stylus pens for the tablet. One that uses a AAA battery. That I usually use that one only for when I am working on Photoshop. So you know, for coloring, shading, effects, that sort of stuff. And another one that has a built-in rechargeable battery, and that's the one that I usually use for sketching on paint, that sort of stuff. So that's the one I'm going to be using today, because I have not yet finished that picture that I said that I wanted to finish by Christmas. So let's open that. What was the temporary name I gave that? Excuses, I remember. So this one. And last time I was working on the dragon. Let's open the progress sheet for the dragon as well. Yep, last time I worked on this was the 26th of December. I have not worked on this picture since last year. Okay, let's recap what I did so far and what I have to do next. Dinkin, Happy New Year, welcome to the stream, thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday, and Happy New Year once more. Let me drink some water. So, I have completely finished the Griffin. I do remember I said I have to do some changes to, I think, his head, to make him look a little more straightforward, kind of. So he's actually making eye contact with the dragon. Alright, did I say that was actually necessary? What if I just redraw his eye over here? Oh my god, what is happening? Pen, come on. Don't bug out now. What the? This is weird. I am right clicking. Whoa. I think the battery that I put in this pen might be dying, because it doesn't seem to be holding my command. It is freaking out. Look at that. I am not moving the mouse like that. And every time it moves, it also unclicks. Let me pick another battery because this one might be dying. It's a good thing that I have a bunch over here. Just a second. It's something interesting because when the battery starts to die, the commands given to the pen, and therefore the commands the pen gives to the tablets, which in turn is forwarded to Windows, they become erratic. Oh yes, it's definitely the battery. Trash with you. Yeah, I changed the battery on this one. Now it is working. So if I just change the eye, like put it over here, yeah, this might work. And then I will have the Griffin be closer to the dragon, or rather the dragon be closer to the Griffin. Yeah, that will work. Let's leave it like this for the moment. So last time I was trying to get this leg to work, and I was having great difficulty figuring out its length, the proper angle, and well, you know, all the whole shabam about perspective, angles, proportions, and that sort of stuff. And I said that I was likely gonna need to use some other picture as a reference for this leg. I actually went and looked for something that could be used as a reference for that leg, but I could not really find anything really proper. I found these two pictures. This one, both are awesome, by the way. This one by an artist called, I have no idea how to pronounce this name, but the name of the artist is right here. So I found this one. This dragon here is kind of somewhat more or less in the same pose as the one that I am trying to draw, that I am drawing, not trying to draw. Except that his backhand is on this side, while the one I am drawing is on this side, but doesn't matter. It is very similar, at least the part that matters for the moment. So maybe this one might be useful as a reference for that leg, and maybe even the neck, because remember, I was having some difficulties figuring out the neck as well. So I found this one. It's really cute. And I also found this one. This one would not be very useful for the leg. This one is by an artist called Arc Nova, I think. I think this one would be more useful for the neck, although not so much. But I think that I don't think I know what I'm doing anyway, one way or another. But yeah, I could not find better pictures to use as a reference. I'm still not sure, however, how useful this one might be as a reference. I'm comparing both here and trying to visualize how my dragon here is actually supposed to look like when finished. And I am wondering now if perhaps I should flex his front legs a little more, so they are a little more flexed like these ones here. But I don't think so. Also, even if I cannot use this one as a reference for that leg, or even the neck, this one might definitely be useful for the wings, because remember I mentioned that I was almost pretty sure that I was gonna have some issues figuring out the wings. I'm still not good at drawing dragon wings, or wings in general for that matter. And I had no idea how I would do the wings on this picture here. So this one here might serve perfectly for the wings, if not for the legs and the neck. Still though, I don't know what I was going to say. What I will do is extract that dragon from from that picture and put it over here on the corner to use as a reference. Let's copy this, paste it over here, and let's open this picture. Oh, this is a much smaller resolution than I thought. Now again, as I said before, I am not going to copy this dragon, I am not going to trace him. This is not my art, I have no business in doing that sort of stuff. All I need from this one is, is to have a general idea of how the anatomy in relation to the angles and perspective we are looking at my dragon, is to have an idea how the anatomy should be like on mine. You will see that when I finish this, if I can make it right, my dragon and this one are not going to look the same, or even similar, for that matter. And that's for one simple reason, because I am not going to copy this one. Oops. What I meant to do? That's what I meant. That's not what I meant to do. Invert the selection. Boom. There we go. Interpolation bicubic smoother. Yes. Okay, now copy that and paste it over here. And save. Oh, speaking of saving, let's copy this whole thing and make a new document. Oops. Paste it and save it again. Because of that bug with colors and the brush trick, not the brush, the eraser trick. Here, workshop dragon, yes, replace it. Yep. Okay. Now, bring this a little closer down. Okay. Now I think I immediately see an issue here. Well, besides the whole leg being not quite right anyway. This leg, it is way too close to the other one. Also, my other computer is kind of freaking out for some reason. Let me show you what's happening here. No, not that one. This one. Actually, yeah, let's go with the smaller one. For some reason, why is it not on the screen? For some reason, the other computer here that I am using to monitor the health of the stream, it is constantly losing connection. I think that cable might be kind of loose. Let me unplug and replug that real quick. Hold on. There, computer. I replugged your Ethernet cable. Can you now stop losing connection? Because that is annoying me. That is annoying me big time. Are you good? You good? Okay. Because God help me if you keep doing that, computer. Anyway, I suppose that's less bad than those weird, sudden, hard resets or reboots it occasionally does, or have been doing lately. In any way, in any case. So yeah, this leg, as it is right now, it is too close to this other one. Also, I just realized these two, they are at an angle in relation to each other. They should not be like this. I'm not sure how they should actually be, but definitely not like this. Maybe not necessarily completely horizontal in relation to each other, but at least more like this. What I am saying likely does not make any sense to you, but it does to me, I guess. Question is, how do I sort that out? I know. Let's first figure out this leg. And for starters, let me extract this leg as it is from this picture, or rather from this sketch. Let's paste it over here. That eraser. Well, now I have just the leg. And now I will remove the leg from here. Go. Now, you notice that there are several gaps here on the sketch, several flaws. The easiest way to correct those, although I don't necessarily have to do that now, but the easiest way to do that is, well, I have two options. I can just redraw the lines like this, for example. See? But that means going over all this whole stuff here, all this part, this entire section here. So, well, that's going to take some time. So the easiest way, and one of the reasons why I keep a progress sheet, what I call a progress sheet, so this stuff here. The easiest way to do that is by taking one of these backups, like this one, right, this one? I think so. And extracting what I want out of the sketch. In this case, the dragon's body. This. Nice, now copy this and paste it over here. Gotta position it on the exact same position as the sketch already present there. And if I undo and redo, you can see that those gaps there, they are now gone. So yeah, this is the easiest way to fix that. Definitely the quickest. Now I can take this leg back, paste it over here. Let's align these paws together. They are not actually supposed to be on the exact same level, I think. But I need this as a reference. Yeah, okay. So, considering the perspective and angle at which we are looking at this dragon, this paw should actually be a little higher up than this one. I'm not sure if this is the proper height. So let's see. Let's bring it over to the side. And his shoulder here. Originally it was attached to this part of his body, but I believe that's too close to this one here. So I will try and place it a little farther apart. Like this here seems more right? Right? Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that seems better. Now the leg itself is not proper. I still have to figure it out, that leg. And also this whole section here, because I never drew a dragon like this before. I don't really know how what it should be. But using this picture here as a reference, what I think I am getting from this is that the neck, there should be a line for the neck right here. There's another one going over here like this for the head, that defines the head. Another one this manner, which I already did on mine, sorta. Okay, so here's the neck. This one here is his chest, which goes back there. And if you look over here, I also did that, so this line here on what I did last week corresponds to this over here. This one over here corresponds to this one on mine. And this one over here would properly correspond to this one, which I might have to redraw this area here. But the point that I am trying to get at is that although this here would be for the neck, what I think I am seeing with this other picture is this line over here. There's a line going on here. This corresponds to both the shoulder of this dragon's front right leg, as well as the base for his wing. While anatomically speaking, I suppose it would keep going this way, and then down here for his paw. And if I keep going like this, we can see, we can have an idea of where or how his leg is on the other side, and that makes no sense. That makes no sense. So this here is actually just his wing? Wait. Here's his wing. I can see the line there. Those lines I drew here are very, very wonky. I'm not tracing for the record. I am just trying to figure out where his limbs are. Okay, so this line that I am seeing here is actually the membrane of his wing. Okay. This leg of his, I'm assuming then, must be going up to around here. And about here, more or less. Maybe not with this curvature here, but it doesn't matter now. Well, in this case, how... My major issue is figuring out... already, Lincoln, that's so early. But okay, thank you for dropping by. I'll play Minecraft with friends. Okay, enjoy, have fun. And thank you for joining the stream. Have an awesome week and year. So one of the issues that I am facing here is figuring out how do I explain this? It's figuring out, I think, what should be visible over here in this area. Because at this line for the neck, this should definitely be here. But I don't know if over here we are supposed to be seeing just his leg, or if there should be like, let me pick a different color, or if there should be like, I don't know, a line going here, this, you know, and then the leg. It's tough, man. All I am sure of is that the artist who drew this dragon is amazing, because this dragon looks amazing. I wish I could draw like that. Well, clearly I have to figure this out by myself. This here is definitely going to still help, but I do have to figure this out by myself for the most part, it seems. Well, I suppose it will help if, let's change colors here, if I make his leg a little thicker and his paws a little larger, because as they are right now, they do not have the correct proportion. So let's try and replicate what I have done here already and redraw it. I could just resize it actually. Yeah, let me try that. Let's copy this, bring it over to Photoshop. Give me just this leg. Now let's remove this white background. So Magic Wand tool, let's change the tolerance to 0. Disable anti-alias. Nice. Actually, there's a better way I can do this. Re-enable the anti-alias and the tolerance back to 32. And instead, let's pick selection, color range, black. There we go, that should select only the black color. Now if I invert the selection and press delete, there we go, we have just that leg exactly the way I want it to be. Let me position it in the exact same position as it is right now. Change the interpolation to first neighbor. And let's make this leg a little bigger. More specifically, his paw. Now the leg itself is completely out of proportion, but that's fine. Because I think what I am most interested in right now is actually just his paw. Size-wise, it does compare to the other paw that I have drawn over here. That's good. Maybe a little larger. Just a little bit. Okay, obviously I will have to redraw this myself, because the pixels now are wonky, but that is no problem. Alright, do I want to select the whole leg or do I want to select just the paw? I think I want to select just the paw. Yeah, let's select just a paw and bring it over the picture. Let's place it here. Yeah, sure. Let's put it over there. Let's change this black color to, I don't know, light blue. And let's have black color on the primary and redraw this. Also, is it me or these digits are a bit too long? Not sure. It might be. Or it might not. I should probably start down here actually. Hopefully, by redrawing this, I can also fix the issue that I complained about last time. That, remember when I said that I think this ball looks like it is actually curving up? Like this? I don't know if you can see it on the sketch. But, it kind of, to me at least, it does kind of seem like it is curving up. Like this. I don't know if you can see that. Point is, I was annoyed by that. Hopefully I can fix that. Even though it is not actually curving up, but the way I drew it kind of makes it look like it is. Hopefully I can fix that. I am replicating the issue. Start from this side instead. Alright, I suppose this looks a bit better. It is not quite like the original, but I think this one is better looking. Just needs a few fixes here and there. Draw this one. I really need to improve my skills in terms of anatomy. Still have a lot to learn. There. Let's erase the resized one. Yeah, I think this is looking better. Oh yes, that is definitely looking better. It still kind of looks like it is curving up a little bit, but it is much better. I do this. And now, oops. Oh, come on, stop doing that. I think the battery that I put in this pen is also not doing so well. Yes, but no. Let's undo. Perhaps instead of changing the front side of this digit, let's just lower stop. And same thing for this one. So they have parity. Okay, I am still gonna need to redraw some of this, but I suppose it is looking better now. Yeah, it surely does not quite look like it is curving up anymore. Not as much anyway. I still kind of feel like it still have that issue a bit, but for the most part, it has been solved. Now, how do I solve the anatomy of this leg? Let me try this. Better use the pencil. Right. Let's do it this way. Oh wow, my hand obeyed my command and actually did the line correctly this time, instead of going everywhere around the line. Excellent. Just do a teeny tiny fix here. And I did this here on purpose, away from the line, from the gray line there on purpose. And with this part here, I think I should use the curve tool. Yeah, I think that seems to be about right. Oh no. Okay, anatomically speaking, I think this leg looks better. I'm not gonna say it is correct, but it looks better. But it is a bit too close to this other leg here. Also, I think, in terms of... yeah, this is better. The shoulders are more on level with each other, as they should be. However, this one should be further up a bit. Shouldn't it? maybe not, because the idea is that this leg over here is a bit more flexed backwards like this. So here's a paw like this, than the other one, which is more stretched forward like that. So in order for this leg to be like that, his body should be leaning a bit over to this side. So yeah, I think this here is right. I hope so. But this part here, this maybe might need to be a little longer. Let me try this. Wait, that was right, wasn't it? Yes, this is much better. Oh, that is way better, guys. Way better. Let me save. I haven't saved in a while. What I think I would do here is extract this leg and do like I have done before. Which is, you know, placing the body back here to fix these gaps that I have raised, and then bring this leg a little more to the side so the shoulders are a little further apart from each other, as I think they are supposed to be. So let me do this again. Now remove the gray as well. Because that is not needed. Oh, it's going to be a good opportunity to do some extra fixes here that I have not done yet. Let's give this here a little bit more curve, or rather a softer curve. So. And same thing on its back over here. Yeah, the battery that I put in this pan is definitely starting to die as well. Let's curve this corner a bit more. Yeah, I guess that is fine. It's just a bit too thick over here. The line, that is. And yeah, let's leave it like this for the moment. Should this be shorter though? The paw, I mean. Maybe not necessarily shorter. Yeah, let's not touch the paw for the moment. Okay, let's leave it like this and prepare the sketch over here to receive the new leg in a different position. Let's convert this one, oops, wrong color. Let's convert this one to a very light gray. And where is the sketch of the body? Here it is. Go. Now the leg. Alright, now let's move it a little more to the left, or the dragon's right, and have the shoulders be farther apart from each other. I think this distance is fine, but there's a problem here. Now we can see this little bit of line from the leg. That alone is not supposed to be showing. How do I do this? Maybe the problem is that I drew his neck way too thin on the base. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe what I need. I did say that I probably would have to redraw this line here. So maybe that is what I need to do. Like, if we compare and try to figure out, in a way, reverse engineer how this one was drawn. I better look at the actual original picture here. Looks like there's a line. Yes, there seems to be. I have to find this artist's gallery again and see what other art they have, because this picture is way too awesome. So there is a line curving this manner on that dragon. I'd imagine that this line is defining the limits of the neck. Is it? If it is, considering both of these have a similar pose and perspective, should I draw a line like that over here, or should it be different? And if so, how should it be like? Because this whole time I had in mind that I do need to draw a line of some sort in this area here. And this is basically a line that would define where this side of his body ends and where his leg begins, as well as the neck over here. I just haven't figured out yet how that line should be drawn. How it should curve, at which angle it should be drawn at, you know, that sort of stuff. I could just go with a curved line like this, identical to the one that the artist used on this part of his dragon here, or her dragon, I don't know. But that line at the same time defines where the body ends and the neck and leg begins. It is also drawn in a way that corresponds to the way this leg here is drawn. And that leg there is not quite in the same position as this one over here. It is not. So that line, it cannot exactly be the same. That's the thing. Pick the curved tool and assuming his chest is going all the way around, more or less like this. I have no idea what I'm doing. I say that a lot, don't I? Up here this makes sense. Over here I'm not sure anymore. Maybe this is what I gotta do. Maybe. I will try. Let's experiment. But before I do that, I should probably save a backup of this sketch. Let's save a backup to the progress sheet. To move this date over there. Place this right here. Sure. Now I am going to abuse some more of the curved tool over here. Because I can and kind of need. This part here needs fixing, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. Okay, assuming that this is correct. I should draw another line to define the other side of his neck. Around here, maybe? I don't know. Curve like this, maybe? Definitely no. Oh, let me remove this one first, because I think it is confusing me. Okay, I reckon I have to do two things. This one must curve like this. Think. And maybe another one side like that. Perhaps not. At least not quite like that. Let's keep this one. Let's draw another one. Like this. And come on, follow the line. That still doesn't seem right, guys. Still doesn't seem right. And to think that I was hoping I was gonna finish this before Christmas. Amazing. It's just the thieves that feel at home. Oh, you know I don't. It seems slightly better. But none of this is right. Oh my god. I have no idea how hard I am frying my brain trying to figure out the anatomy for this thing. I am already feeling tired. Mentally tired. I can do this. I just haven't yet figured out how. But I can do it. Let's see something. So, to try and understand the anatomy, I am seeing a line, a neckline here. I am also seeing one here. And one here. Curving like this. It's red instead. If not, I doubt we shall survive. I just want the truth to come alive.
don't really wanna live in this strange world. I need somebody beside me to live in this strange.
So I am seeing lines like that on this dragon. Yeah, right here, see? There's one right here. Goes this way and curves as well. There is one curving up. And this one curving up over here is technically the top side of his neck. Where the neck, more specifically, around where the neck itself ends and his body begins. And this area usually I call it neck base or base of the neck. This dragon is too cute. But I'm not sure. And anatomically speaking, considering the perspective at which we are looking at this dragon here, and the pose, and his pose, this is by all means correct. But I'm not sure if the one that I am drawing, although he does have a similar pose, I'm not sure if that is something that I should do on him. Because also his head is turned to the side, while this dragon here is completely straightforward. Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should. Something that maybe I should also do is perhaps shorten his neck a little bit. Maybe one of the problems I am running into is that his neck might be a little too long. Where is it? Oh my god. Whoever says that art is easy, they are wrong. I mean, it is, but it also isn't at the same time. Okay, I can do this. Let's undo all of that. And for the sake of reference, let me replicate what I am seeing on that picture. Yeah, more or less. So I think this here, the line that defines the top of the neck on the base, should be kind of like this on my dragon, and this, if I do this, it will also mean that I do need to put the head somewhere different. It's gonna be closed. I have not made any changes to the leg itself, right? I don't think I have. Where is the progress sheet? Okay, let's keep this here like this. Now, I want just his head, nothing else, only his head. So let's erase everything else. And there's a reason why I'm doing this. This is enough. Let's make this sketch red. Okay, copy that. Let's not make it red, because I am already using red or something else. Let's make it blue. Now paste this one exactly where the original one is. There. Now let's move this head. Let's move it up a bit. Back. Okay, let's try this. Now, because this looks very confusing, I have to remove the original one. Off with his head! I am going to keep the neck, however. The bottom part as it is, because I need a reference so I can redraw it later. Very soon, actually. Okay, I think that moving his head was actually a good idea. This seems a bit more correct. Let's try and redraw the neck down here. Following my original drawing. Maybe not as much. This area here is mostly fine, but not as much as it should be. So let's draw all of it. How much should this neck curve? Side. Maybe about this much. Yeah, I like that. And for the love of God, just follow the line as you are ordered to. See, stuff like this is why I no longer draw the final line arts directly on Photoshop using freehand. And when I say freehand, I mean just grabbing my pen and going like this. You know, instead of using some sort of tool to get the line right on the first try. Like the curve tool here on Paint, for example. And I need to redraw, to thicken up this line, but my hand insists on going with a line like that. I'm not drawing an ocean, hand. Stop! Stop making waves. It's frustrating, guys. And now this here distracted me. The real villain of Star Trek Discovery Season 4 finally revealed. Okay. I'm not watching Star Trek Discovery. Nor I am sure I want to. I've seen clips of it on YouTube. It looks kinda meh. So the USS Discovery, which is the main ship in that series, that ship's supposed to be a Kirk era ship, so really old. But everything about it just screams future. And I mean in-universe future, like something that was designed and built hundreds of years after the Kirk era. Nothing about that ship looks anything like ships that were around during the Captain Kirk's time on Starfleet. Not even the crew, if I'm honest. The way they dress, talk, move, behave, none of that looks like Kirk era stuff. And all of them are supposed to be from that time. Oh my god, hand, please. Just do the line. There, see, it's not so hard. Why must you make things difficult? I'm literally grabbing my my right hand by the wrist and squeezing it like I am strangling it. I'm like, why don't you work? Why don't you do things as you are ordered to? It's not difficult. Ah! Oh man. Anyway, make a line from the back of his head. What am I doing? Yeah, sure, let's go with this. Okay. Perhaps, if if I erase this part over here, like this. Also this here. And now stretch that curve over there to here. Like so. This looks less right than it did before. Maybe I need a different curve on this side. Like one going up. This. I'm going to be so happy when I finish this picture, considering how much trouble I am having to figure out the anatomy. I really hope that drawing the back end of this dragon is going to be easier than drawing the front end. Something about this screams wrong. Maybe this? No. Perhaps a little less line over here. That. Let's redraw the underbelly on the bottom of his neck over here. I think I am doing this right. Several question marks. Almost. Not quite. Just like that. Curve it down. Like so. Okay. Now, maybe it actually should not go down there like that. Not all the way. Yeah, I definitely shouldn't. Should do instead is go up. This. How do I connect this part? This one. This side.
Greetings, chosen. I've been waiting here for you since the beginning of this universe. You know the world is fading. There's a secret power hidden in your soul. Don't be afraid to use it. There are voices in your head saying,
I swear I am almost giving up this for today and instead just playing Phasmophobia for the rest of the stream. Oh man. I've had difficulties drawing anatomy correctly before, but never on this scale. I don't think so. Excuse me. I shall not bother right now with drawing the scale lines. You know, these lines here. I'm not gonna bother doing those now. I first must make sure that the anatomy of the neck itself is correct before I worry about those things. Should this be more like this? No, it should not. What about here? This? Perhaps not. Drink some water. Okay, I need to remove a bunch of these lines to see what the fudge I have done so far. Only then I will have a proper idea if what I did here so far is correct or not. So let's do that. Let me save first. Let's grab a bigger eraser. And let's erase a chunk of his leg. All the parts of the leg that are supposed to be hidden behind his neck over here. Let's remove this chunk, the neck itself as well. that. Is that supposed to be obscured by his neck? This area over here, that was too much. Dang it. There we go. I'm not supposed to touch that leg. Now these gray lines. Right there. Okay, so here's a couple observations. This area here, I think it is correct for the most part now. Same thing with this area here. This area here, however, something about this does not seem quite as right as it should be. I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe. This is speculation. I'll have to experiment to confirm. But maybe the issue that I am seeing here is that the base of his head, so this whole area here that goes from one side to another, this might be a little too thick. I think that might be the problem. Which means I have to redraw this section of his neck. Because as it is, it kind of looks like he has something stuck in his throat. And that is not correct. Okay. Alright, let's bring back all of those lines that I have erased. Except for that one on top of his head. And let's save a backup of this sketch to the progress sheet. And let's clean up a few things so I can redraw that section of his neck. Wait a moment. Wait. I still need the whole leg to be visible on the other side of his head, so I cannot remove that leg yet. Oh man, what a mess. What a mess. Alright, let's remove a few things while keeping the leg itself. Like this stuff here, this can go away. These brown lines, they can go away. Erase too much. Okay. The old sketch of the leg, that can go away completely. Nice. These pixels go away as well as that there. Whatever that was. Let's do this by sections. Let's first redefine his new head. For that, I'm actually going to work on a different window of paint. Let's copy this whole section. I'm gonna need that to make a new window. Now from this here, I'm going to remove the leg and that chunk of his body that is showing over there. I'm trying to think here. I want just the horn. Just this horn. Pixel precision, yep, there we go. Now, this, yep. Remove those red lines from the horn. Okay. Let's remove the bottom down here as well. Oh, there's some brown down here. And let's copy his jaw. Okay. And let's turn those red lines into blue lines. So, okay. That's his head. Should probably copy just the head to the progress sheet. Actually, all of those limbs, or rather body parts, should bring them over to here separately as a backup. Because I do need them to be separated from each other. Yeah, let's copy this leg, put it over here, and save. Okay, now from... what do I want to do here now? Let's convert that brown into red, so I know that this is supposed to be permanent. For the moment, anyway. Okay. We do know there's some brown here as well, so let's remove that. Now then, let's copy this leg, paste it here. Okay. Now the head. Sit there. Perfect. This here can go away. That red line, I'm gonna keep it there for the moment, just so I see where his body is. And okay, get rid of this and save a backup of this sketch. But before I do that, let me make sure that there are no alien pixels here. And the way I'm going to do that is by erasing every single part individually, because all of these three body parts that I have sketched here, and that I want to keep, each one of them has one distinct color, so they don't mix with other parts. So I have a color for that leg that I have just erased, one color for just the head, and one color for just the body. So that is black, blue, and red. Everything else that was in here that I do not want to keep had different colors. They were gray and brown. So if I erase just these three colors, black, blue, and red from here, and I see something else, then I know there is still stuff here that needs to be erased. And there are 2 brown pixels right here. And where is that? Is on his chest. Where are... There they are. Right here. There's one there. And the other one right here. So, brown on the primary color. And right click with white on the second. There we go. That should be all of them. Before I save a backup of this, let me do a tiny little bit of cleanup on this paw. There. Now I can save this to the progress sheet. Right.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were
Now,
had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were
I have to redraw this part of his neck.
mountains in the way.
Let's use black for that. Actually, no, because that is going to... Well, I can change the leg to a different color, so I can use black. What color shall I use? Gold? Yes, let's use gold. Okay, now let's make this neck less thick. It is way too thick. Still must follow perspective and anatomy, however. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I think it helps. Right, like this. Maybe like this. Maybe. But maybe also a little less. Like that. Because it still has to go below his chin. More or less. And come on, to the line. Why must you go beyond the line? Oh my god. It's like my hand has a mind of its own. Sometimes. Okay. Now for this part here, Do I actually have to redraw this one? I'm not sure. Yeah, sure. Wait.
You're gonna break my heart. You're gonna tear it apart. No matter what you do, I'll still be there for you. And when you call my name,
I feel like I do have to redraw this line here, this part of this line, but I'm not sure how.
no matter where you go, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone,
Oh, I did not copy a reference of Koros to here. I should have done that. Oh, his eyes are golden. Nice. Not quite like that. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna keep it the way it is. Just going to draw over with black. If my hand can obey my orders, I can actually draw over the line, not outside of the line.
I'll still be there for you.
God. You guys have no idea how frustrating it is to try and draw over a line, or just draw a line in general, and go all wobbly on it. So you have to undo and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, until you finally either give up or you get the line right. It's starting to get a little dark in here. Let me turn on my light. Okay. Now let's remove the red. Oops, too far. Okay, that definitely is better. The problem now is that this part of his neck over here, it looks a bit strange. It looks like it has too much of an angle. Don't you think? I think it does. Maybe it will help if I bring his head a little closer to the body, so the neck doesn't seem to be as long on this part over here. Because as it is right now, it kind of looks like the neck is doing this. See? And here's the head. Muzzle there. Okay, it kind of looks like the neck has a very stiff articulation over here that just bends on this corner. But one thing at a time. For the moment, let's save this stage of the progress. Where's his head here? Just his head. Do that over here. Let's remove any excess of black lines from there. Nice. And let's convert these new black lines into red, so I know they are to be kept. Copy this chunk. Delete this. Paste this here. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Give me just that leg. Put it back here. And let's make it golden again. So I can keep using black to get everything back in place. It's here. Perfect. Now I can save a backup of this. Right. Now, give me just this head, but I should color it black. Wait! I want just the head, nothing else. So, this part here, this must go away. Now I can color it black. And mind you, I still haven't finished drawing the head itself. The expression he has here, this is only temporary. It's a base. I'm still gonna redraw his face. But as I always say, basics first. So I first need to have his body done correctly, and then I can worry about the details. Okay, so now we have this head here. I said that I want it to be further back. Like this. A little further back perhaps. Maybe a little more. Okay, let's leave it there. And remove the one in blue to see if what I did here is any good.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet.
It might have been good
Watching seasons change.
to remove some of his leg.
With adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand up in arms. This is home where we are ever strong
Wait a second.
in the world that we made.
Oh, I'm stupid.
The breeze
I raised a little bit more than I should have.
holding on, memories.
This chunk here, this must stay. Alright, let's try this again. Hmm. Huh. All of that trouble that I had to draw the curvature of his neck on the top side here, and now that horn is covering all of that. Oh my god. Ah! Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's fine, because I have not decided that his head should actually be this farther back. Perhaps not, after all. At least not this much. That much I can tell. Let's try this again. A little back, but not so much. Let's try here. And I love Microsoft Paint. Gives me so much freedom and control over pixels. So much easier to sketch with on. I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean. Now, these lines that I am erasing now, they're not actually supposed to be erased before I finish everything. I just need to visualize more easily what the fudge I'm doing, or what I did so far. Let's color everything black, so I have an even more clearer view of things. Okay, I think this here is actually good. The neck now does not appear to have such a sharp corner on it. It is not supposed to have any, after all. We can still see that curvature that I had so much trouble with. The horn is covering a portion of his right shoulder, so it helps a bit with the anatomy in that area, so I don't actually have to draw that. The length of the neck seems to be about right, for the most part, I guess. What else? That paw still seems rather small. Both of them, actually. I might have to redraw this leg here as well. Or at least make it a little wider and, I don't know, bigger. Larger somehow. Okay, yeah. Let's work on this sketch on a different window of paint, so I don't mess things up. What do I want to do here? Let's first remove the blue. Let's remove the unnecessary red. Like up here. Do I want to remove this here right now? Do I? I don't know. I shall keep that for now. What I will do instead is color this red down here. Color all of this. Turn it to black. And let's do the same thing for this curvature here on his neck. There. Same thing over here. There are missing pixels over there. I have to fix that. And I think the best way to fix that is by copying this chunk from... hold on. Oh my god, no. Better zoom. Copy this chunk from this sketch. And now paste it over here. Oh no, Mike, but now the thing is over his horn. No problem. Just copy this, redo, paste it over, and remove the brown that is inside the horn. Because that is not supposed to be visible. And make that there. Perfect. Now I want this line here to be whole. How am I gonna do that? I am going to do that by copying this chunk. Actually, this whole area here. Let's align this with the front right leg. So, now undo, copy this here, redo, paste. Alright. Let's erase the blue again. And red from down here. Okay, now let's turn this leg golden. Copy, paste it here, undo, copy, redo, and paste. There we go. Now wait a second. Why is this not whole again? Oh, that's why. Wait, don't I have a sketch with that line unaffected by anything? I don't. Well, in this case, I'm gonna have to redraw the missing pixels here. Not that I actually have to, but I want this thing to be complete, even though I am going to erase this further down the line. But as of now, I need to see all parts of this dragon. Okay. Let's save that to the progress sheet. Let's erase this and paste this one in its place. And save. Okay. One thing I should do before I do any more fixes on this section of his body, that is, the front side of his body, the thing I should do is actually draw the back end of his body. So, you know, have his whole body drawn, and then when the entire body exists, then I do the fixes as needed, because I said that I think these legs still seem to be a little too thin and the paws too small. But if I change them now, before I draw the back end of his body, I am certainly gonna run into issues with proportions. And because of the pose he has, the angle at which we are looking at him, and all that sort of stuff, I really have to be careful with the proportions, because I have to consider the perspective at which he's being looked at. And perspective and the proportions, they are basically walking side by side with the holding hands, if that makes sense to you. So I cannot do one before I do the other, and vice versa. Right. I will take a quick break, use the bathroom, and when I get back, I will work on the back end of his body. So I will be right back, my friends. I'm back. Okay. Did I save a backup of this sketch? I did. Good. Alright, let's do some preparations first. I will need this skeleton again, so let's move this. Let's move this here to there. Let's move this reference to here. Let's move this whole sketch down. Actually, I should make this canvas a little larger. Yeah, a little larger. It's actually wider, or whatever. Okay, let's move those to there. Let's put this down here. Let's convert these black lines into a lighter shade of black, or rather a dark shade of gray. There's a reason for this. Right. Now let's pick a lighter shade. And let's use this one for the red lines. And wait, no. Stop. Cancel that. Let's instead use a different shade of the same red. Let's use a lighter shade, or do I want a darker shade? No, let's use a lighter shade. Yeah, that's pink. And let's do the same thing for that golden yellow. Well, in this case, I should make that gray brighter, I guess. A lighter shade. It just must not be the same shade of these two grays here. And I don't think this here is. Okay, now leave that, and let's go back here, and I need one of these skeletons. Let's use this one here. Let's copy that. But I cannot really just paste it as it is, can I?
Is anyone out there?
Let me confirm that I have aligned this exactly in the same exact position. Yep. Alright. Now undo that. Copy this sketch, and paste this over this mess of lines. Wow, that is confusing. No problem. Let's remove everything that does not belong here. So the red goes away, the black goes away, the brown goes away, yeah, that should be about it. Okay, now there's another problem now. Considering the perspective, those two back legs, they are too far down in relation to the front legs. Can you see it? This, oh my god, this is a problem. That means that basically I have to redraw the back end of his skeleton. Oh, it's not really a skeleton. This has a name when you draw lines like this, lines and circles. I have to find out what this is called. How would I even search for this on the internet? Like... art... No, not art, like not art guidelines. Art proportion lines, maybe? Art proportion guidelines. Sure. Proportion drawing tips. Yeah, this thing here is what I'm talking about. Basic body proportions. No, that's not quite it. I mean, that's not the name of the thing. The technique. What are the rules of proportion in art? Height, width, and depth of one element to that of another. Size of one area to the size of another area. Size. Okay, this does not answer my question. How to show proportion in art. Measure your head from the top to the chin, then divide that measurement into your overall height, for example. That's not it. How to draw proportion in a figure. Scale and proportion is art. Let's try this. Gosh, stop with the ads. Angles, begin sculptor. No. The answer that I'm looking for is not in there. Beginner's guide, importance of proper body proportions. Sketching, person typically shot is in like upper shading, the leg of leg is shorter. Now bodies are different, proportions. Body, I don't care about human body. The techniques. Artists have been studying the human form for centuries. They have realized that there are a set of guidelines and perspective drawing techniques that vary when you change the subject's gender, age, or even sometimes ethnic background. Okay, I don't care about drawing humans. I just want to know the name of this skeleton thing that artists do to figure out the basic proportions. If a figure is proportioned properly, it is defined by something called the alignment of the joints. I don't think that's it. It is close, but I don't think that is the actual name of this technique. Which is the same no matter what. You can start to create this by drawing a head at the top of your paper and then drawing 7 sections of equal height to the head below. The bottom of the pelvis rests on the 4th line, the bottom of the knees rests on the bottom of the 6th line, and a vertical line can represent each leg from lines 4 to 8. That doesn't quite answer my question. Is this a pen? What the hell is this pen? Practice over time will second nature to you, even if its subject is posed. You will be able to see immediately how long and far apart the limbs should be from the body, etc., and figure out drawing. The closest thing that I got to my question is this: the proper alignment of the of the joints. But I am pretty sure that is not the actual name of the technique. Yeah, it definitely isn't. But that's the closest I got. Eventually, I will find out what this is actually called. I used to know this. I used to, but I completely forgot. Oh well. Anyway, let's redraw this, whatever this is called. I'm just gonna keep calling it skeleton, even though it's not a skeleton. How am I gonna do this? So I need both of these back legs to be shortened than they appear here, because we have to bear in mind the perspective. So what I will do is probably redraw this whole back end, and I am going to use the color red for that. All that matters now is the back end of his body, because I am mostly done with the front end already. I'm going to switch pens, guys. I prefer the other pen to sketch, and it should be fully charged by now. Give me a moment. Putting away the battery with the pen that I am using. Putting it back into a little bag so it doesn't lose charge. Now give me the other pen. And charge it for about 2.5 hours. Put away the cable. Put away the AAA battery pen. Go. Okay, now this is the rechargeable pen. Yeah, there we go. Right. I do want this line here going to the front end of his body, however. And I do want the one that defines his tail. Well, structure of his tail, sort of. I'm still kind of sad that I have to ditch the idea of having his front right leg posed like this, his paw being held in the air, facing up with his claws out, in a threatening gesture to the griffin. Yeah, I'm still kind of sad I had to ditch that idea. Oh, hand, come on, stop going over there with this line. That is not where the line is supposed to be. Okay, save this and let's copy this here over to the progress sheet. Save. Now then, At what height should both of those back paws be? Maybe it will help if I take the existing ones and move them up a bit, and then I draw over. Yeah, this will help, but not quite like the way I am doing. Let's do this without zooming. Let's bring this one more to the side, because this back leg here is kind of turned to the side a little bit, I think. And this one there. And let's bring this one further up a little more. Now because because this dragon it's kind of not twisted. Twisted is not the word that I want, the term that I want to use. But because this dragon is turned like this, he's curved, like doing more or less a curve like this. So here's his back end, and here's his head. Here's his chest area, more or less. My idea here is that his front right leg is kind of like this, while his front left leg is kind of like this a little bit. Pretend that we are looking at him from above, okay? So his back right leg, this one here, I think I want it to be like this. There's a paw, there's another paw, here's a paw, and the left back leg is kind of pointing in the other direction. So there's another paw there. So considering that we are looking at this dragon from this direction, like this paw and this paw, if looked at from this direction here, as we are seeing here, they should appear to be close to each other. So there's the front right leg paw, that one. This here should be the back right leg, back right paw, so that one. Although they have some distance from each other, if seen from this position here, considering the perspective, they do seem to be a little close to each other like that. But as you can see, there's a little bit of an angle going here, which is correct. Let's see how this plays out. I'm actually going to keep this here. It would be helpful to better visualize what I am doing. Okay, let's begin with the paws. I don't normally do this. Usually I start over here with the leg and then I draw the leg down all the way to the paw, but I don't feel like I should go this route this time. I think about this length should be fine. Assuming I'm going to draw this leg. Yes. Do I? No. I don't know what I'm doing. Help. I also must not forget that both of these legs are supposed to be kind of flexed. Just not quite like this though. Not this one anyway. Wait a second. Wait a second. Aren't those two back legs supposed to be further back? So like this? Nah. They shouldn't. At least until I change my mind and decide that they should. Joint, there's another joint. Okay. Now let's see about that other one. This here seems to be right. Now I don't necessarily need to get the proportions of this skeleton right, correct now, but it definitely will help if I can do that. Yeah, both parts of the leg should indeed be about the same length, more or less. So this part here should be about the same length as this part. Am I doing that? Yes, I seem to. You cannot see it, but I actually have my hands on the screen. I mean my hand, one of my hands on the screen with my fingers acting as a measurement tool. I'm trying to eyeball the length of these lines and using my fingers to help with that. They seem to be more or less about the same length. By the way, I forgot to mention at the start of the stream, but I'm not going to be streaming for very long today, because I have to go to the supermarket, and so the supermarket closes earlier on Sundays. I was supposed to go to the supermarket yesterday, but because it was January the 1st, They did not open because of New Year's and all that sort of stuff, you know. So I couldn't. So as soon as I finish the stream today, I'm gonna have to get dressed and drive to the supermarket because we are almost out of milk and gotta buy more meat. Okay. I suppose that is fine. I don't know. Let me save this as a backup to the progress sheet. And let's do stuff. I can actually replace this one with this one. Because they are the same, except that this one has the legs while the other one didn't. Right. Now then. What do I want? Let's convert all of those dark gray lines into light gray ones. Actually, no, let's use lavender. They all are very distinguished from one another. I actually don't need these dark gray lines at all anymore. But you know what I should do? Paste that here. Let's remove the dark gray lines entirely. Wait a second. That, paste this. Actually, no. Here's another Microsoft Paint trick. So I have taught you about the eraser trick, where I can erase or change the color of a line, any pixel for that matter. In particular, like for example, if I want to change these dark gray lines to I don't know, green, I can do this, right? And that happens by having the color I want to change in the primary color and the color that I want to change to in the secondary color, and then right click. And the same works if I have, for example, the background color white. So that's for erasing, which is what I want to do now. I want to erase all of these dark gray lines. So I can do that using the eraser trick, or there's another trick that allows me to do this all at once, instantly. And that is, so I want to erase the gray lines, right? So I want them to become the same color as the background. Therefore, they have to become white. So let's have the color white on the secondary color. Copy this entire thing, delete it. If I want to change it to a different color, for example, I could have like green on the secondary color, and then I would select and delete so the background becomes green. And then I would have to select the dark gray on the secondary color, have transparent selection enabled, and then paste, and then only the dark gray would become transparent, and therefore the green background would come forth and take over the gray. So this would happen, but that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is to erase it completely. So white on the secondary color, copy this, delete. Now let's put the dark gray on the secondary color and paste, and there we go. The dark gray is gone. And do I want to do the same thing for the rest? Yes, I do. So let's do it again. White on the secondary color, copy this, delete, but hold on, undo. I will need this shade of gray on the secondary color now. Now, oh, frick, I might have accidentally clicked. Delete. Now undo. Give me this color. Yep. Now redo. And paste. Nice. Let's do the same thing for the yellow and the pink. That. Paste. Have this one here. Copy. Now, because the background was already white, instead of deleting this selection, I can just undo again and paste again. There we go. What's with this line here, though? Alright, so now I have just this part of his skeleton, whatever. Let's go back to the progress sheet. Actually, no. Where is that here? Oh. Wait. What? Oh, that's right. Okay. I want this. I want the front end of his body, just the front end. Let's remove the colors that are not supposed to be visible. Through his head and neck and horns. Okay. Let's color all of this gray. I'm going to use that trick with the black. Should have done the same thing for the yellow. So I want to convert the black lines into that same shade of gray. So let's select this whole thing. Pick that shade of gray on the secondary color. Now delete. So now the background became gray. And what I would do is, transparent selection is already enabled. Let's set the secondary color to black and paste. There we go. Now the black lines became gray. I'll copy this and let's paste it over. Right. Now give me this. Paste it here. The exact same position as the original. Nice. Now all other colors must be erased. All of them. Except for that light gray and the red. You know, it is going to be much quicker and more precise if I copy this and use that trick around here somewhere. Paste that. So lavender here. Now copy all of this. Golden. Wait, that's not golden, that's a different shade of yellow. Go. Now this shade of pink. Nice. And then there's a different shade of gray going on here. Which is which? Let's find out. Okay. This here is the shade that I want. And that is gone. I really don't know what's up with this red line here. Don't remember drawing it. Copy this. Delete that. Actually, no, don't. Just paste it over. Align it with precision. And simply disable transparent selection. Nice. Okay, save. And actually, I'm going to save that to the progress sheet as well. Oh, I see what that red line was. No, I don't. I thought I did. Never mind. I thought this line was part of the circle that defines his chest area, but it isn't. Looking at this, I see that this is a straight line while the chest area is a circle, so it should be curved. Never mind. Okay, now we have the back end, the skeletal structure of his back end. Let me see if I can draw this thing. I can. I should not say let me see if I can, because I am stating that I can. It's just gonna probably take a little while. How should I begin this? Perhaps I should begin with his tail. So following the line, this line here, that is defining his back. This here, you know? Let's keep going from there. And draw his tail. And the idea now is that I actually do the tail as it actually is supposed to be. So let's be careful. Maybe I don't draw the entire tail, just a part of it. These for starters. Huh? I must not forget about that thing he has on the tip of his tail. But that will come later. I wasn't done doing the curve. Why did it apply? That was weird. Blah! Happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Merry late Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well. Nice to see you. I hope you had a good holiday season. Okay, this here should be more or less around here. Now let's complete and close. And thicken up the line to make it permanent. Well, until I decide to erase it and draw it again. Which is possibly something that I will possibly happen. Hey, good to see you as well. I've been super busy this holiday. How are you? I have been so-so. To be honest, December has not been a very good month in general, but I'm not gonna go into details. But generally speaking, physically I am doing just fine. Okay, now let's thicken up this initial line that I drew over here. I don't know, maybe I should actually draw the entire tail right now. The reason why I thought I should probably not is because I'm not entirely sure how the legs are actually going to look like once drawn. And the tail kind of depends on the legs. I don't know how to explain it. Thank you so much, Blair. Not Blair, Blah, sorry. Hopefully 2022 is going to be a better year for all of us. Because God knows how much we could really use a better year. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I said Blair. That was an accident. I gotta be very gentle here because my hand does not want to cooperate. To be honest, the first time I hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully it's going to be the last you hear that from me. To be honest, I dare say it is... There we go. It is not as bad as some variations, let's say, that I heard and seen of my name. Like, guys, can I do a little rant for a second regarding my name? Okay, so you know me by the name Mike, right? However, that is just my nickname. It is no secret to anybody that my actual name is Michael. And as we all know, Michael is spelled like this. M-I-C-H-A-E-L, right? Here in Brazil, the official language of the country is Portuguese. Most Brazilians do not speak English. And most Brazilians see or hear the name, or rather hear the name Michael, and they think the name is spelled in at least 3 different ways that are all the wrong ways. And let me see if I can remember. So the name is spelled M-I-C-H-A-L. In Portuguese, you would pronounce this as Michael. So it would be like Mi Sha L, right? M-E-E-S-H-A-L. That's more or less how you would probably pronounce it. I mean, how it would sound for English speakers, right? So that's how you pronounce it in Portuguese, if you were to read M-I-C-H-E-L as it is. Although, yes, it is pronounced Michael. The problem is, most Brazilians hear you say Michael, or rather hear me say Michael, or anyone for that matter, and they understand, they hear that as either this, M-A-I-C-O, which would actually be pronounced as Maicon, something like that. Or they hear, what is the other thing they also hear? Oh my god, I got so angry at these. Why can't I remember? I think the other one is similar to that one, but with an L. Another one I think involves a Y somewhere. Yes, it does, right here instead of the I. And there was another variant of this that is misspelled. Point is, these are the 3 I can remember right now. Point is, all three are wrong in the entire world. And this is something that really annoys me when I say my name to someone and they have to write it down for some reason. Because they hear me say Michael and they think it is spelled M-A-I-C-O-M or M-A-I-C-O-L or M-A-Y-C-O-M. And I see that and I think to myself, oh my god, no. So every time I have to introduce myself, just call you Dragon. So every time I have to introduce myself, say my name, so it has to be written down by someone else, I have to say, I kid you not, I say like this. They ask, what is your name? Like for example, let's say I am taking some device to be fixed, like I don't know, a fan, because it broke down, and they have to write down my name so they know who is the owner of that fan. So they ask, okay, so what's your name? And I say, I kid you not, these are the exact words that I use, except in Portuguese, obviously. But for your understanding, I'm gonna say in English. I say, how do I say it? Right. What is your name? And I say, Michael. It's spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L. But I think I said wrong. M-I-C-H-A-L. You read it Michael, but you pronounce it as Michael. That is the only way most people write my name right. Otherwise, if I just say Michael, I end up with one of these three here on their writing. And then when it's time to find me, to contact me again, sometimes they cannot locate me because they wrote my name wrong. You have no idea how much this annoys me. So sometimes when people somehow get my name right, I mean the spelling of the name right, and then they try to pronounce it and they say Michael instead, and they say, is your name Michael? Are you okay with that? And I'm saying, absolutely, I am fine with Michael. So long as you don't write Maicon or Michael or Maycom, I'm fine with it. Actually, when I was a kid, I used to introduce myself as Michael, like this. So I am okay with that. My brother still calls me like this. So I am completely fine. Yeah, it does suck a lot, blah. It does suck a lot. So yeah, I am fine when people pronounce my name as Michael, and because I mean, yeah, the spelling is that, so I am fine if they pronounce it as it's spelled in Portuguese. What I'm not fine with is when they do this here. This here, no, this is wrong in the entire word. The most annoying part of this, one of them anyway, is that when I say that the correct spelling of the name Michael is M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Michael, when I say that this is the correct spelling of the name, they say, I kid you not, they say, but your name is Michael. And I say, yes, and this is how it is spelled in the entire world. And it just happens that Brazilians do it wrong, you see? Because the correct spelling is this here, not the one you put down there. And it gets even more frustrating when I meet someone else who has my name, but their name has been registered as one of these variants here, because their parents were too dumb to figure out what is the correct spelling of the name Michael. And they just hear the name Michael and they probably thought, hey, that's a nice name. Let's name our kid this. So they go to the place where they register people, and they say the name, and either they say the spelling wrong for the person registering the name, or the person at the place there is also dumb and gets it wrong. So the kid ends up with one of these variants of the name, and then I meet that person and I say, hey, my name is Michael, and the person is called Michael. and then I see their name, how it is written down, how it's spelled, and then we have a little bit of clash because I say no, the correct spelling is Michal, E-L, Michael, and they say no, the correct spelling is this, one of these three here, and my God, I swear I wish Brazil's official language was English, because it is such an easier language all across the board, so much simpler to understand. Oh my God. Sorry for the rant, guys. I had to go there for a moment. But now you know a little bit of the hell I have to live with in terms of language. Anyway, let's draw this tail here. I don't know how thick this tail should be, considering the perspective. Let's make it like this for the moment, and then change it as required, as needed. I mean, this seems to be fine. Oh, there's also some people who hear my name, hear me say Michael, but they do this. Just that. Michael. It's like they don't hear the L at the end. So that's another variant that I often get. Here. It's also annoying when a client does this error, does this mistake, even after I have already told them the correct spelling. I had this one client that, ironically, his name was also Michael, except his was actually spelled like this, the wrong spelling. And it was either with an M or an L at the end, I don't remember. The point is, I don't know if it was, what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't know if it was me just trying to intentionally be a jerk, but when he would open, he would open a support ticket, for me, I'm a computer technician, for those of you who do not know, and on my last job, most of the work was done remotely. So when a client needed assistance, they would open a support ticket that I would answer. And sometimes he would write my name, even though he knew my name was not spelled like that, he would write my name with the same spelling as his, which was annoying to me. And I don't remember exactly why, but I always would intentionally call him with how an English speaker would pronounce this here. So I would say, like, when I would call to the place, the receptionist would pick up the phone, and then I would have to ask to be transferred. So I would ask, "Hey, can I talk to Maicon?" Because that's how you would pronounce. I would pronounce this in Portuguese. I'm not entirely sure if that's actually how you would pronounce this in English. Is it? Let's find out. Google Translate. You know, someone who, joke name, was his friend Michael as Miku. Oh my God. Oh, I remember the other wrong spelling of my name. And I had a boss, my first boss, would say like this, would write and say like this: M-A K. No, not A. I. A-I-K-A-E-L. He would spell and pronounce Mikael. And I know for a fact he did that just to annoy me, because he was fully aware I told him many times, that's not my name. That's not my name. Anyway, let's find out how Mycom is actually pronounced. Wait a second. Where's English? Let's pause the music for a second. We'd like to use our microphone. What? What? Oh, right. Never mind. I clicked the wrong thing.
Mycom.
Yeah, I got it right. Mycom.
Mycom. Mycom.
That sounds weird though.
Mycom. 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 Mycom.
Yeah, Mycom. So, I would intentionally call the guy Mycom, and when he would answer, I would say, "Hello, Mycom." I don't remember if he ever said anything about that. He might have said it once, but I could tell by his tone of voice that he was annoyed by that. So I intentionally kept doing it. Because, I mean, let's be honest, fair is fair, right? If you are going to say and write my name wrong, then I have the same right to do the same thing with yours. It's only fair. Okay, let's leave this tale like this for the moment. The tale is not quite correct, but I'm not gonna bother with it right now, because I need to get the legs done first. Which leg should I start with? I am tempted to do this leg first. No, let's do the other leg. Yes, let's do the other leg first. How do I do this though? So that one, as we have already established, is pointing that direction. So it is slightly not bent. That's not the word. Flexed. That's the word. Slightly flexed. Begin with a rough sketch like that. Wait, no, I should probably start with a paw. Yeah, let's start with a paw. Like, seriously, my name is not difficult, guys. Oh, there was another thing that I wanted to mention as well. And this is in regards to English speakers. And now, this one has no excuse. Brazilians getting my name wrong, at least they have an excuse because the name is in English, although derived from Hebrew. But English speakers, no, I have seen so many people write the name Michael as... Let me see if I can remember. Oh my god, now I can't remember. Wait. Ah, shoot. Is it an E and then the Mikkel? I don't know, something like this. It's not quite, it's not this, but I have seen my name misspelled by English speakers as well, in a way that is just not right. And seriously, English speakers, I don't know what's up with you, but you have no excuse for that. That is your native language. Okay, let's do this paw. Yeah, I'm terrible at English and it's my own language. Speak English as I call it. English as I call it. I see. Well, then you have no excuse, blah. Oh boy. But yeah, I do wish at least more Brazilians actually knew English. It is a very good language. And I have heard many native English speakers say, "Oh, English sucks." No, no, it doesn't. Trust me, it doesn't. Much on the contrary. I haven't done much trucking lately. I'm finishing. I haven't, but I did play Euro Truck Simulator and American Truck Simulator last week of the last year. Yeah, last year. And I did the event on those two streams. Actually, yes, I played on stream. I did it on stream. I did the ETS2. I did half and half. I did half on Euro Truck Simulator on the BR Wednesday, and I did the other half on American Truck Simulator on the Gaming Friday. Although because Friday was Christmas was on Friday, I moved the Gaming Friday to the Thursday, so the day before, the 23rd. So it was a Gaming Friday on a Thursday, and that's when I did it. Let's just say that things happened on the ETS2 one. They happened live on the stream. Someone probably could not play on Truckers MP during the holiday season. Probably still can't. I don't know. Well, I do know. I cannot talk much about that. Oh my god, hand. Come on, just get this line done. Right. Amara came out with a new Max Superliner mod, so I had to correct my green machine and play on ATS. The Max Superline mod wasn't updated since 1.5, so I have. See, that is one of the reasons why I am not a fan of modding games. The only game I can say that I do let's say a reasonable amount of modding is Minecraft, but even that is something fairly limited. Most I do is change some textures here and there, and that's about it. And even those are done in a simple manner because I use a higher resolution version of the original textures. I used to use the Faithful texture pack, but I learned that the Faithful project was technically stolen, and the guy behind that project now is kind of a jerk. And the original creator of the project came back to the community and is going, him and some former members of the project are going to resurrect the original work and continue from there, and they are trying actually to get the name Faithful back, and they have already put up an updated texture pack made by the original creator of Faithful, so that's what I'm using now. But yeah, point is, I use the original textures at a higher resolution, but I do modify a few of them. But that's about it. Other games, not a fan of modding much. Yeah, updates suck with mods, but it makes the game much better. I haven't been on TMP, and maybe soon. No, just can do. I'm fine with them. But yeah, one of the problems with modding is that when the game updates, you have to wait on your mods to be updated as well, if you want to keep using them. Also, speaking of modding Minecraft textures, I don't know if you guys know, but I have improved the title screen of the Bedrock version of Minecraft on my computer. Would you guys like to see it? I've improved that and fixed the title screen on the Java version as well. If you guys would like to see that, I would be delighted to show you. In the meantime, let's keep working on this leg. That leg looks a bit thin. Okay, let me show you Java first. I don't know what the original looks like. It's being Bedrock. God, I hate migration. Something went wrong. What? Pardon me? What the hell? Yeah, I'm confused. Wait a second. I did do some changes to my login details a couple days ago. Let me hide the screen for a moment because I gotta check this. Yes, I'm bit the Minecraft code 4 years ago. Wow! 4 years ago, that's a long time. I'm going to re-add the account here. Because I did make a few changes to the security details of my Microsoft account. I think it was last night. Let me re-enter the account and stuff. Check Microsoft Authenticator. Yep, that one. Approve. Something went wrong. To fix this, sign in from a browser. Oh, I think I know. Do I? Figured myself out back then. Present this hatred for I mean, creepers are a 50-50 thing. There are those who love them, there are those who hate them. What is? Minecraft would not be Minecraft without creepers. Wait, I'm gonna have to log out on the browser. Man, I hate the fact that you now have to migrate your Mojang account to a Microsoft account. It's awful. I mean, I already had a Microsoft account for literally decades now, but having to migrate my Minecraft account to that, I hate it. I hate it. Check Microsoft Authenticator. Approve. Oh my god, seriously, all of this just because I changed, or rather, I updated my phone number on one account? Jeez. I mean, there certainly are mods out there that you can install to remove just the creepers. Okay, let's see if that has fixed it. Just one more moment, guys. I'm still doing login stuff on the screen. And hotmail.com. Check Microsoft Authenticator. My god, this is annoying. It's secure, but annoying as heck. And I just realized I'm gonna have to re-log in on my phone as well. Okay, I think I can show this again. Finally! Jesus. Okay, while that loads, let's keep working on the dragon. Yeah, this leg seems to be a bit too thin, but that is fine. As I always say, basics first. So I first draw the leg. Doesn't matter if it is looking bad, because I can fix and will fix it later. Point is, I first need something to work from, you know. Let's see. Here's one of the things I hate about Windows 10. Anything that wants top priority on the screen, just gets it, regardless of what you are doing. Anyway, so yeah, I fixed the title screen on Minecraft Java. If you guys don't know, Minecraft Java Edition has a little subtitle right here that says Java Edition. So like, for example, if I disable the texture pack that I am using and allow the game to use its native texture pack, you will see that any day now. There, Java Edition. Java Edition is the original Minecraft. It is the actual Minecraft. It is the better version as well, I do dare say. So I fixed that mistake that Mojang made by order of Microsoft. I'm pretty sure that order came from Microsoft. So I fixed that, because the Bedrock version, it does not have a subtitle. It does not say Bedrock Edition. So I fixed that here. And let me show you the fix that I gave the Bedrock version. The funny thing with that is most apps want to top priority, but if you need admin permissions to pop up to show, it sometimes doesn't do anything. Yes, I hate it. I hate that as well. Also, I hate it when people call programs apps. It's a computer, for God's sake. Computers use programs. Apps are for mobile devices only. Come on, Microsoft. So yeah, I fixed the title screen on the Bedrock version. It did not have a subtitle. I added one, as it should have, and I believe it matches the version of the game. Yeah, I don't like it either, but I'm serious, not because of it. Yeah, I hate it. And I gotta say, I have started playing Bedrock on a stream of all things, to see what it's like, because I have always played Java only since beta 1.2 in the very early 2010, and I cannot say I like Bedrock version. It has some good things that Bedrock that Java does not, but the things that it gets wrong in comparison to Java, some things it is even missing, those are enough for me to say, no, this is a much inferior version of the game. Windows 7 for the win. I know, right? The only reason why I have to use 10 is because the hardware does not support 7. Oh my god. In any case, soon softwares will not either. So, yeah. Unfortunately. Superlining video. I'll check it later, blah. Promise. I spent a lot of time ranting about my name and showing Minecraft. I gotta make some progress here. Okay, so this lag should curve like this. Not quite. Oh, add and I'm back. What? I don't understand. Now I am immediately doing a fix here that does not need to be done right now. Which plan? Oh, add. Click on here. No, I said that I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the truck in the video soon. But right now, and I promise, right now, I want to do some more progress on this because I have spent too much time ranting about my name and showing Minecraft. Yeah, this lag is looking weird, but it's fine. That's fine. As I say all the time, basics first. So long as I have most of the lag done somewhat correctly, that is okay. Because like I said before, I need something to work on. This paw is a little too sideways. I don't think it should be that sideways. But for a bit, I want to get on top. No problem, blah. Enjoy and have fun. And try to not get yourself into a situation where you end up banned. I'm just kidding, you're probably going to play single play anyway. Should this curve like so? And get banned on single player. My point exactly. Okay, I think this here is correct. They're perfectly on it. That is awesome. Keep it that way. Honestly, it is not difficult to keep a clean record on your ban history on Truckers MP. All one has to do is follow the rules. And that is not hard. It's actually easier than driving. Okay, that lag is not right, but for starters, it will do. Now let's see about this other one. Now this other one, is also kind of pointing in a direction like this. Let's see if I can make this, but let's see how I can make this. I run. For reasons I cannot say, I cannot tell you. I can say that I have to agree with your statement. That statement is true. There are not that many out there with such a clean record for that long of a time. I mean, I don't know. I would guess, right? I myself have never even had a single kick. Not that kicks are recorded, they are not. But I have never ever been kicked for any reason. Well, I have been kicked automatically by the server due to high average ping a few times, and unreliable connection, and probably twice or 3 times for not having the headlights on, but that was very early on when they added the auto kick system for that. Or maybe I am remembering that part wrong. Also that time when my Scout had problems with a missing part, and the server thought I was using a truck part on a car. Other than that, my staff never had a kick. Yeah, that is very good. Yeah, like I said, have and keep a clean record is not difficult, not hard at all. And anyone who says the otherwise, you are wrong. But seriously, I have been told before that the only reason why I don't have any bans is because, oh Mike, You don't have bans because you are admin. No. I already had a clean record before I became staff. And mind you, I created my account. My account is actually one of the oldest. I created my account on the 3rd day of existence of Truckers MP back in 2014. Truckers MP launched with a different name, obviously, at the time. But I think this needs to go to the side a little more. It launched on May 1st, 2014, if I recall correctly. I created my account on the 3rd or 4th of May of that year. So yeah, my account is really old. The only reason why I don't have a 2 or 3 digits Truckers MP ID, I have a 4 digits one, is because in late 2014, around late November or early December, they migrated the whole accounts, the whole system, the whole everything, to a new platform. So everyone had to recreate their accounts. And the time they started that, due to time zones and that sort of stuff, I was asleep. So I could not recreate my account early enough. When I did, I ended up with a 4 digits ID. My ID, I think, is 3172, I think. Yeah, my ID is 587670. They're still pretty low numbers. Yeah, relatively speaking, I suppose that is still a low number. I mean, we are nearing 5 million users now. That is a lot. That is what, 587,670. Yeah, that's not a million yet. There's only a little over 500,000. 3172. Yay, I remembered! But yeah, although I could not get 3 digits number on the site, I still managed to get 3 digits on the forums. And the funny thing is, my ID on the forums is 666. I kid you not. That is my forums ID. But hey, 3 digits. It would have certainly been 2 digits on both if I was awake when they started the migration. But hey, I can't complain. I still can say that I am one of the oldest users. So remember, you were one of the first staff I wanted to know. Love the dragon avatar. Thank you. And most also just had them. Some generic avatar at the time for dragons. Yeah, dragons are awesome. By the way, do you know what DAF trucks? DAF. You know what DAF actually stands for? It stands for dragons. That's an M. Dragons are fantastic. That's what DAF stands for. And change my mind. That's not what it actually stands for, but I don't care. That's my headcanon. Perfect. I know, right? Now, speaking of perfection, let's try and get these legs right. Follow wage, what is that? Now this part here of the leg is technically not supposed to be visible, but I'm going to draw it anyway. What is exclamation followage? If it is some bots will have that, and it will say how long I've been following you for. Oh, I don't know if the bot that I use has that function. If it has, I haven't found it, and therefore I have not enabled it. I should probably check. I'm not gonna do that right now though. I'm very tempted too though. Alright, let me draw this leg and then I'm gonna check. only March 2020. That was longer. I mean, it was not that little time ago by now. But yeah, not that long ago. No, to be fair. When did I start to stream for real? And on Twitch? I think it was... I have been streaming for over a year now. So... yeah, I started to stream for real on Twitch at least in 2020. Was it 2020? It must have been. Must have been. Or was it 2019? Oh man, I can't remember now. Also, these legs look really weird. But that's fine. Basics first. I will fix them later. Alright, back to trucking. Enjoy, Black. I'm actually not going to be streaming for much longer. As I said earlier on the stream, I still have to catch the supermarket open. And since it closes earlier on Sunday, I think it closes at 8 p.m. I have to be going soon. It is now 6:50 p.m. Oh shoot, it's 6:50! Oh no! I'm just gonna finish this leg and then I'm gonna end the stream because I gotta catch that supermarket open. We are almost out of milk and bread. We are out of meat and a few other things. I was supposed to go to the supermarket yesterday, but because it was January 1st and everyone was probably drunk from New Year's Eve, by law, at least here, no company is allowed to open on January 1st. So yeah, not even the supermarkets are open, so I could not go yesterday. Because usually I go on Saturdays, if I can't go on Friday or Thursday. Okay, I don't know if what I'm doing here is correct. Let's try. Let's keep going. I have to finish at least the basics of this lag today on this stream. And the fixes will come later. I really need to improve my skills on Dragon Anatomy. I gotta practice more. In 2019 I started to practice. I did some very good progress, thankfully. But I haven't practiced since. I mean, actually making an actual picture does count as practice, but what I mean is practice outside of just drawing for an actual picture that I want to do. You know, just do some doodles, sketches, random parts of a body. Like for example, teeth. That's how the picture, I'll make them burn, came to be in the first place. I was just practicing dragon teeth anatomy. And then I decided to make a picture out of that. But yeah, I gotta do some sketches, just practicing. Like drawing just legs here and there, paws, jaw and teeth some more. I still gotta practice that. Wings especially rather. I really need to practice wings. And expressions. I really need to work with expressions. Okay. This leg looks really weird. But well, for starters, this is fine. Let's save this to the progress sheet. And I'm gonna have to do a lot of fixing here. Hey, Pianist Dragon, welcome to the stream. Happy New Year to you too, and happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Nice to see you here. Unfortunately, you arrived by the end of the stream. Because, like I just said, I have to catch the supermarket open and it closes earlier on Sundays. Close at 8 and it is 5 to 7. So I gotta wrap things up here. Is there anything else that I should be doing here now before I end? Okay, let's see here some of the things that I have to fix on these legs next time I work on them. So as they are right now, they are wrong. Their anatomy is wrong. Anatomy, proportions, about everything about them is wrong. But like I always say, basics first. So before I can draw the legs properly, I would need a base, something to work with, you know, to use not necessarily as a reference, but to improve from, or rather to improve upon. So a couple things that I can tell already that I'm gonna have to work here in regards to these legs. Both of them need to be a little farther apart from each other. They are too close to each other, so either I have to move the right back leg more to the right, the dragon's right side, or the other leg to the other side, or both. They have to be a little farther apart from each other. Probably the left back leg actually should be more to the left of the dragon. Another thing, if we compare these back knees here, one is lower than the other, and this is wrong. If anything, it should be the other way around. The right one should be a little lower than the left one, which means, considering the perspective, that I have to rework the height of this section of the right back leg a little bit, so that is a little lower down, or at least have them roughly around the same height. The general anatomy of the legs, it also needs to be reworked. This part here of the left back leg, it probably should go a little further down to around here, more or less. Maybe, I'm not sure. What I do know is that this section here seems to be a little too long in comparison to that there. Kind of the same thing happening with this one here in relation to this part of the leg. So I have to rework the anatomy on those two. The size of this paw is... The size and anatomy of this paw here is fine for the most part, but maybe I should make this paw a little smaller because it is supposed to be farther away from us or the camera, and I still have to rework the front legs of this dragon and make at least the paws, the front paws, a little larger as well because they are closer to us or closer to the camera. But that's something aside. I first need to have his entire body wrong. So yeah. So I have to redefine the size of these paws. Anatomy wise they seem to be fine for the most part, but I suppose they could use a little bit of improving. This paw over here, it is too sideways. I don't think it is supposed to be this sideways. It should probably be less sideways like that. We should probably still be seeing a little bit of the other digit go there. Because this dragon has only 3 digits on his back paws. Digits? Is that how you call these? Whatever. They sure are not fingers. So that's that. What else? Legs wise, yeah, maybe this line here should probably change it to something like this. Yeah, that might make sense, but I'm not sure right now. Now normally I would also draw his stomach going down here, but because this whole section of his body is actually not visible because his head and his front right leg are in the way, are in the foreground, we do not see that area. And technically speaking, I don't actually have to draw the back legs in perfect anatomy because most of them are also going to be obscured by the front side of his body. But I have this need to have them drawn correctly. Besides, it helps if I have them drawn fully. It helps with seeing the proper general anatomy of the dragon as well as the proportions of his body, because I have to bear in mind the perspective here. What else? I might have to do some work on the tail, but I'm not sure. Also, I haven't finished his tail. His tail still needs to receive more things, like for example the underbelly of this character. He goes about around here on his tail. Also got to draw that thing he has over here, whatever this is. So yeah, but the top priority for the moment, next time I work with this picture, is going to be both of these back legs over here. Okay, save. Did I save a backup of this? I did. Good. Let's date the progress that I have made so far. Let's add another date to this progress sheet. So today is January the 2nd of 2022. That's a Z. Go. And it is Sunday. Oops. I probably complained too much, or rather ranted too much about my name earlier, and now I can't write stuff properly. Here we go. I'm gonna leave this date next to the other one. But these are the dates I worked on this. Now let's close that. Let's save this again. Photoshop, I'm not going to need you today anymore. Not now anyway. Save without change. I mean, close without saving. I don't need that anymore. I don't think I'm going to need this anymore either. So close that without saving. I'm not going to need this anymore. Or this leg. Okay, so yeah. Unfortunately, like I said, I have to cut the stream a little short today. Oh boy, it's 7:03 and the supermarket closes at 8. I gotta rush. So yeah. I'm sorry I have to cut this stream a little short today, guys. I do feel like going further with this today. But like I said, I can't. Time does not allow me. So just to give you the usual end of stream reminders, I have now a Discord server. It's called Dragon Realms. If you guys would like to join, you are more than welcome to. However, for the moment, it is still limited to members of the art group Dragon Realms on DeviantArt and subscribers to my Twitch channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those and would like to join, there is a link below the stream for joining the server. If you have problems with that link, do let me know and I will send you a link directly. You can message me on DeviantArt. Down here on the corner of the screen is my name on DA, Mike-Dragon. Or you can message me on Twitter as well. There's my handle, @_MikeDragon. If you have troubles with the link and you would like to join, you can message me on those platforms and I will send you the link directly. I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays. I play a different game every week on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I do art live on Sundays just like today. The streams on Wednesday, they are always in Portuguese, while the streams on Fridays are always in English. Fridays and Sundays are always in English. On Wednesday, the stream should start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. On Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, although I am considering to change that to 7, but I am not sure on. I haven't decided yet. And on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. When daylight savings time changes, so will those times, and they're gonna move forward an hour. But for now, that's it. There are mods on overrule subs. What? Darn mods don't overrule subs. I'm not sure what that is. What was I saying? I forgot what. Oh yes, I remember. I can join the Discord because I'm not a sub, but I'm a modder. Oh. Yeah, I haven't thought about that yet. Sorry. Oh yes, I was talking about the days of the week that I stream. So yeah, Wednesday, Fridays and Sundays. Now because the holiday season is over, the Gaming Friday is gonna go back to Fridays. So next Gaming Friday on the 7th of January. And although I do play a different game every week, I am going to play Star Trek Legacy on the next Gaming Friday again, even though I have already played it last week, because that game is fun and I want to see. I want to fly ships some more. Okay. But yeah. What else? I think that's gonna be everything for today, my friends. I really gotta go. So, I'm sorry for rushing away, but I thank you all so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed and had fun. It was great seeing you guys. And before I go, let me leave you a message. My wish is that 2022 be a better year for all of you, for all of us. 2021, I think generally speaking, in general, we can say that it might have been a better year than 2020. So hopefully 2022 is going to be even better. If not, at least just one little bit. Any improvement is welcome, right? But yeah. Have a good one. I'll try to pop in more. Thank you, blah. But yeah, everyone, like I said, thank you so much for joining. I wish you all an amazing week. I wish you all an amazing year. May this year be better than the last one. And when you go to bed, sleep well. And as always, dream of dragons. I actually I dreamed about dragons last night. That was awesome. But yeah, have a good one, everyone. Thank you so much. Until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. And as always, dream of dragons. Bye, everyone. See ya.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't try. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. So dreams can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite
just a plan. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know, to bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion on the truth. To bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just go. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking just because you've got to be